checking up on it, making sure this stream it. I'm about to get this out soon. So. Alright,
The judge will throw your case out. So read your cases. Don't just quote cases because they won't pin you down and starts asking you some merits of the case, and you can't even understand what the case is about. 9 times out of 10 in the can. So make sure you read the case. This is one of the leading cases. The opinion of the court was given by the Honorable Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. His opinion was anything that is in conflict is null and void of law. Clearly, he said that to come in conflict with the Supreme Law was illogical. For certainly the Supreme Law, that the Supreme Law would be the basis of all law. And for any law to come in conflict would be null and void of law. It would bear no power to enforce. It would bear no obligation to obey. As if it never existed, for unconstitutionality would date from the enactment of such a law, not from the date so branded in an open court of law. No courts are bound to oppose to obey it. It operates as a mere nullity for a fiction of law, which means it doesn't exist in law. Now let me give you an example in today's timing as to how effective a bill that takes away the right of the people to keep and bear arms on these 19 weapons that turn into 159 weapons. You see, because they have no power to pass a law that's in conflict, and it's automatically null and void of law from its inception, not from the date you go to court and brand it as unconstitutional. Now, let me make that real clear.
to see that you sign it. At this point, you have to own land, you move to that land, or move into the wilderness somehow. Don't give them your address, and don't claim to be a citizen, a sovereign citizen. Keep in mind the word sovereign citizen was created like the word conspiracy theory. They made the word conspiracy theory to make people that were looking into things to make them look crazy. They created the word sovereign citizen to make people who didn't really know what they're doing really make that apparent. Sovereign means nothing can touch you. You're a free being. Citizen means you hold allegiance to the corporation in this case. So you can't hold allegiance to something and claim you're free. It's an oxymoron. Don't use any of those vocabularies. You're now just a straight up human living being. You don't even have to use the word human. Make up your own terminology because you want to be anything besides what they're calling you. At that point, you're either going to be alone or they're going to come and bother you and try to take you, try to stop you from doing what you're doing, and potentially use violent force. So you may have to stand on your own and use your Second Amendment right and defend yourself. It would get dicey. If you have a huge following, they may not mess with you, but if you keep poking them, they may have to mess with you. So anyways, if you go that direction, you don't get the post office, you don't get any social security, you can't get a job, no insurance, you basically leave society. It's like if the mark of the beast were to be here and you refuse it, we all hear what would happen then. That's basically what would happen if you just leave this system. Now some people say that you can stay in this system and become a state national. So instead of being a U.S. corporation citizen, U.S. citizen. Citizen means you're loyal to the corporation. You could become a state national, which means that you live in your state and you're a national of your state and you fall underneath the common law jurisdiction in that state's law. You can absolutely do that. Pros and cons to all of it. I choose not to do that. I choose to surf and ride the wave of balance, and if anybody messes with me, they have a huge problem on their hands. And if I need to make anything happen, I know how to do it. And I've already done it, and I've been doing it. With, for instance, the post office, businesses who try to do me dirty, you instantly send them, listen, this is what I need you to do, and if you don't do it, then I'm going to bring you to court. And they usually do it. I usually back that up with Supreme Court cases, and they're like, holy crap, who is this guy? It's not hard to do. So to sum it up, how I write the system, and I have my balance, keep in mind everything is in your favor when you know what's going on and you're just playing the system. Live your life, and if anything inconveniences you, like for me, I don't want to register my car, I don't want to pay for a license, I don't want to deal with any of their traffic laws, something that I really want to do. But some people may want to drink and drive. It's their right to do so, but if they're going to violate someone else's rights, then they're going to pay for that. So we're all big boys and girls. We can make our own decisions. Just because there's a law that says someone can't drink and drive doesn't mean they're not going to. So anyways, it's up to the person if they're going to take that risk. It doesn't matter if the law is there or not. Now let's say you're like, well, I don't think that's right. I don't want them to drink and drive around me because they could hit my kid or they could hit me. That's absolutely fine. If you know your rights, if you can articulate your argument through your rights, say, hey, I have the right to life, liberty, and happiness. And each time this person drives by me and I know he's drunk, he's going super fast, he scares me, he's not allowing me to live how I need to live, and you file that complaint, that lawsuit, that's the mechanism of the Constitution. Then you have your complaint remedy. Obviously, we're used to calling the police and having them do it, but if he knew his rights, you could call the police on him, and because he's not operating in the commerce jurisdiction, and if he knows his rights, then you can't do anything to him. You can't get him to stop. So when you know your rights, you trump everybody else around you because nobody else knows their rights really. So if people say, hey, listen, you're crazy, that's good because you'll be one of the people who can outdo them legally, maneuverably. You may say, well, this is just ridiculous. This is the way the mechanism works. When everybody is used to that system, somebody wouldn't make the choice to drink and drive because there'd be even worse consequences for them. So if somebody was choosing to do something crazy like drinking and driving, they would probably be able to handle themselves to the extent where you would never know they're doing it. And that's the way it works, because if somebody has the ability to do that, why shouldn't they be able to drink and drive if they're not affecting anybody else? Again, this is a crazy example on purpose to make you really think. There's a bunch of other examples you could put all of these different variables in and make your own scenario. Just remember the beautiful thing about all of this, when you unlock everything, are your rights, and this is your domain. When you're using a specific right that they mention that's here for you to mention, you're just using their system because really you have unlimited rights as long as you're not violating somebody else. Unlimited rights to do whatever you want. Seriously. The point is to live your life until something inconveniences you and you decide, hey, do you want to use your knowledge here? Do you want to work your just let it go. Is it worth the battle? And for someone like me, I it's fun because now all of these things that were scaring you, they realize their power. Now this whole dream experience has been flipped on. It's exactly like that. Just remember, life is but a dream. So some people are like, well, I heard that I can access the money that they're using me collateral for. Says that, and I heard I can have my own account. I heard I can use them. So people claim that you can grab that money, a whole bunch, open a trust, some sort of on that route. I'll tell you what, they've done things like used it as insurance for an insurance policy for themselves. You can go down that route. The information exists. You're participating in their crime. And if anything goes down at the end of the day, or if the universal law really exists, you're going to be breaking that law as well to a certain extent. So I choose not to. No judgment. If you figure it out, it really works for you. Because I heard that there's something to it. So touching base on something rather unique, but you may have heard of an allodial title. Ownership over your property. And if you don't have one of these titles, you don't actually own your property.
Allodial title, you can buy a car, you can buy a jet plane, you can buy a house. Allodial simply means Jesus, it's your property. You own it. Understand that if you're a U.S. citizen, you do not own anything. If you paid your house off, you don't have an equitable interest in the property, but you don't own it. Only way you can own anything in America and actually own it is with allodial title. A-L-L-O-D-I-A-L. Allodial title. Allodial title means God can, because it's absolutely owned by you. But if you don't buy your car, your jet plane, your boat, your house, whatever it is, and have an allodial, the authorities can come in and take your home anytime they want. Banks cannot touch anything as an allodial title. Government cannot touch it. No one can touch anything. Allodial title. Queen of England, everything she allodial
Reserve just says basically we owe you. Government, which is District of Columbia, it's their IOU to the entire world, whoever has a dollar. Obviously everybody sees it as more than that, but for it is, and it really matters in this situation. So Carl comes in and he says how to back that up to say that that is the law of the land, that's the... He gives a Supreme Court case, Memphis Bank versus Riley, and he says the conclusion of this case says that this argument, your own U.S. code, it's absolutely a fact, and you can't say that it's not. So using case law, he locks this argument in because the Memphis Bank versus Riley case decision, like I said, they use those decisions to then form another argument that's very, very. So wherever your state is, there will be a specific constitution and it'll have specific rules for your state. Everybody's will be slightly different, but pretty close to the same. Basically, the argument why that code is there. They always put these codes there to So Article 1, Section 10 of all of the states' constitutions, at least all of the states' constitutions, but basically it says that you can only pay your taxes with gold and silver. That's a rule from this new dollar bill, which is really a treasury note, removed gold and silver, which is, they almost knew this would happen, it seems. Because it's not gold, you literally can't pay your taxes, or you would technically get in trouble for paying your taxes without gold and silver. And because each state added to the federal note, the federal treasury note, the ability to use that to pay, because they did that, they're basically like saying this which the government owes me for can be taxed and can be used to pay taxes. It's fictional. That's just not the case.
Let's say the United States needs issuing their own United States notes backed by their own credit. They issue treasury bonds. They then sell these bonds to the Federal Reserve, which buys them in thin air. The money that the Fed created then goes to the U.S. The U.S. then pays interest on the money that the Fed lent to the Treasury. The Fed creates money from nothing, loans that money to the U.S., and then charges interest on that money. What this means is there will never be enough money in circulation or in existence to pay back that debt. We as a country, as well as ever enslaved by debt with no way of ever paying it off.
So just keep in mind, the Federal Reserve, it sounds like it's federal, but it's actually U.S. is United. So the Federal Reserve is its own entity. It's part of their racket, their scheme. So this private entity sells these pieces of paper to the corporation as money, and then everybody just thinks it's money. It's a massive corporation scheme that we are so entrenched in thinking is a government brainwash.
Let's 10% to their reserve. Since the original $1,000 is still on deposit, the $900 in loan proceeds is more new money. Money created out of nothing. A total of $1,900 of new money is now available. Now the person that took the $900 loan spends that money. The payee then deposits the $900 into their bank account and once again reserves and this process goes on and on until that original $1,000 bond, which was created from nothing, becomes $10,000, making a debt machine while also devaluing the dollar. The more money that is out in the economy, the more the value decreases. There's no wonder that the Federal Reserve in 1913, the dollar has lost over 95% of its value. The U.S. dollar destroyed due to an overwhelming financial crisis, and a globalist-run monetary authority will come along to save the day. And much like the to prevent another Great Depression, the global currency will pledge to prevent another financial crisis, thus putting more power into the hands of a few. That much.
I know it's kind of complicated, but long story short, because this money is an IOU from the government, at the end of the day, the government, the federal is who actually owes the bill. He also mentions a book, Shepard's Citations. Shepard's Citations is another one of the area or the UCC code or the US code, something that you would want to get into just to see what mechanisms you have people in their own system. I know it's complicated, it's dry. Check out Carl Miller. He says it quick, he says it best. Here he is.
Code, and we're going to quote it. Otherwise provided by law, all stock, bonds, treasury notes, and other government shall be exempt from state, municipal, and local authority. This exemption extends to every form of taxation that would require either the obligations or the considered directly or indirectly in the computation of tax. The Memphis Bankers of the State of Tennessee. Everybody got that? That's recorded at volume 459, U.S. page 392. Okay, right here. Okay. Our case that says that Title 31 United States Code Section 742 is the supreme law of the land. provided by law.
Like a high
Notice it says that all stocks, bonds, trading notes, and other obligations in the United States shall be exempt from by or under state or municipal or local authority. Now what does this mean? What are they talking about here? This exemption extends to every form of taxation. Either the obligations or the interest thereon or both be considered directly or indirectly the computation of the tax. This is a unique tax target. See Section 10 Gold and Silver Standard?
Yeah.
You can't pay or anything other than gold and silver coin to an officer of the government without being a party to a felony. On top of that, how do they figure the tax? How does this tax argument is specifically for you.
Got y'all with me right here.
They come to your house, they set a value on your house, they tell you that, your house is worth $100,000, so we're going to tax the interest, which would be $50,000, that's 50% amortization value. We'll figure your house is a $50,000 bracket. Percentage is, now stop for a second. How did they figure the value on your house? With that $50,000. There is no dollars. What dollars? You got dollars? I have no dollars. Dollars of what? Dollars of cost of fees. The bottom line is they talk of Federal Reserve commodity item at the reserve notes. Now what did they just do? Except it's otherwise provided by law. All stocks, bonds, treasury notes. What is and other obligations of the United States. What obligations? Title 12, Section 411 says the said note shall be deemed to be obligations. Whoop. Now wait a minute. Let's look at this again. Except as otherwise provided by law, all stocks, bonds, treasury notes of the United States shall be exempt. Does that mean they can't figure a tax by using obligations to the United States government? You're right. You're absolutely right. This exemption extends to every form of taxation that would require or the interest thereon, or both be considered directly or indirectly in the computation of the tax. When they figure this 50% amortization of value, and then they add so many points percent, and they attack that on, and then they say, well, you owe us this much. Are they using Federal Reserve notes indirectly? They are, aren't they? And they're forbidden from doing that. The Supreme Court says this is the supreme law of land. Well, guess what, folks? The case was originally brought in the matter of People versus Shepherd out of Lansing, and after that case, they went in all the law books and they pulled out Title 31 of Section 742. Title. And we went to Shepherd Citations, and we noted that in Shepherd Citations there was no note that says annulled, repealed, to some other law. There's a hole there, folks. It starts at Title 31, Section 734, and then there's a hole, and then it goes to 752. The law book pulled this argument out. Why do you think they did that? Because every state in the Union that went off the gold and silver standard under Article 1, Section 10 was locked out of these taxes by the use of obligations of the United States government. That's the only thing you got in your union. So rather than play that game, they went to all the law books and pulled it out. Then they went to Shepherd Citations. Evidence of fraud. Does not fraud void the contract? Last time I checked, it did.
All the evidence you can that you own the property that traces back to you, and then you want to get your legal argument. Start looking at Supreme Court case law. There's a bunch of different directions to go. Carl Miller has a bunch of great case law and other arguments that really just provide. Basically, you would stop paying your taxes, and as soon as they go after you, you defend yourself with questions based on the information you know. You say, this is my makes sense. And just remember, you can rewatch all of this. It's not going anywhere. So real quick, income taxes. If you work for someone else, this is kind of irrelevant because you can't stop. You would have to educate them on this and then get them to take a stand. If you own own your own business and you're worried about paying income tax, I have a couple different things for you. So number one, can you pay your state? I'm going to probably lean in the direction of no. So you could no, you need gold or silver. Again, you would have to get into your state's case law to see what Supreme Court decisions were made in your state. And you'd have to check out your state's laws. The thing about this is this. When you're working with your state's laws, the hierarchy of the Constitution and then things that overlay happen all over. Constitutional rights within your state from that Constitution. And the state always is going to keep adding laws on top of that. None of those laws matter because so when you go back to your state's raw Constitution, if you can articulate an argument from those rights that bypasses any law, it's so if you said you had the right to life, liberty, and happiness based on the Declaration of Independence that your forefathers signed for this country, to life, liberty, and happiness, you can work how you see fit because your happiness relies on what you do for a living. And if they say, well, yeah, you are, you say, no, I'm not, and you wait until either they bring you to court or you bring them to court. Then you bring it to the Supreme Court. Then when it's up there, I guarantee that they're have a constitution-based
And then if I got back up when I get close to the We got let's see. Power off the grid. See that? Look. What do you see? You can see the top of it. What are you watching through?
are saying. With the IRS's own admission in their own Bible, their own manual, says that their reach, their jurisdiction is limited to Americans living and working abroad.
He was being tried for 4 counts of not filing his income tax. And our question was, well, what is to decide? Either he did or he didn't. It never occurred to us that he might actually be innocent while at the same time not filing. In the federal government, it is not a felony not to file taxes. Finally, they said, okay, if we're going to get this guy, we're going to have to put it in the state. They called up the IRS agent, Agent Craner.
Yeah, Robert Craner. This is Ken Dories, who's also an investigator in the felony event. This is a request for a copy of the delegation and authority order. Right. And I talked to my boss about that, and he said that my badge is that. Badge is the authority.
Last question that the defense asked him was, did you write any of this down? And Agent Craner looked right at him and right at us, and he said, I never wrote anything down. And yet when we saw the video, there he was, writing notes, And so I'm thinking, okay, at this point, the judge is supposed to say, Agent Craner, it is clear that you have committed perjury. It wasn't even noticed. It finally came to the climax. Mr. Harrell looked right at the prosecutor, and he said, I will tell you the same thing I have told over and over again to government officials. You show me the law that requires me to file a tax return, and I'll be glad to do it.
And no one asked, your father's the requirement. If you find it, your father's the requirement under the regulations is what section? My question to you is, what particular act are we discussing here with I'm liable to do the same to the claim I'm liable to do? The exact question would be again. Okay, what is the section that what? But I guess I'm still not understanding your question, Mr. Brown. Well, you must be familiar with what you have to disclose to the courts.
The prosecutor absolutely ignored it. And he started slandering Mr. Harrell. Just started attacking his character. They're calling us tax cheats, they're calling us fanatics, they're calling us weirdos. I don't care what you call me, but I have one question. Where is the law? Show me the law.
Can't let this turn into a rational debate, because if they do, they lose it. So they have to insult people and say it's frivolous.
We felt like that there was an overall arrogance and that they were railroading Mr. Harrell and wanting us to participate. Judge Coogan, he looked right at us and he said, I will instruct the jury according to the law. We were sent to deliberation. The judge promised us that he would give us the law. And we looked and we looked and it was not there. We wrote a note to the judge asking for a copy of the law. 10 minutes later, we get a note back. You have everything you need, but there was no law. And he had promised us. At that point, I felt betrayed. I felt like this man promised us the law, and that's what this whole thing is about, the law. We requested, and he still denies us the law.
And the reason they didn't do it was why?
Because there is no law. Remember, we're talking about the Illinois state law here, okay, which is a law in Illinois. So we got out that law, and we read it several times, and I said, okay, wait, because they kept saying, but this is a law in Illinois. And I said, look at the beginning of it. It says, that if it is true that he's not required to file a federal return, then that nullifies the Illinois law. Two people, they kept saying, but he's going to get by with it. And I said, what is he getting by with but his rights? If there is no his rights. Are we going to deny him that? That's when this one juror sat back and kind of rolled his eyes and he said, "You mean we don't have to pay taxes?" All of a sudden we realized that this trial was much bigger, and the ramifications of this trial were going to be so broad if it actually got out. I mean, it's like we had just discovered this great government secret. And so when we came out for the delivering of the verdict, the judge was, I'm sure, even at this point, I'm sure he still thought we would given a guilty verdict. And the reason I say that is because of the look on his face when the first not guilty was read. His face just turned white. I mean, it's like, I don't believe this. The second time, you could hear people out in the audience, just in the courtroom, just going, wow, and the judge is just getting red in the face. I mean, he was just livid. And the judge got up and left. I sat there and I thought, this truly is a victory for the people. And I have never felt more patriotic. And I knew that we had done the right thing. I looked at that man, Mr. Harrell, and I thought, the system might not work all the time, but this time, for that man, it did.
In November 2004, the government arrested former IRS criminal investigator Joe Battister. They charged him with fraud for telling the American people the truth about the income tax laws. The jury obviously agreed with Joe.
Well, it just showed Mr. Bannister to be honest and straightforward and working within the law.
Bernice Kugler, the Federal Express pilot, claimed there was no law requiring Americans to file an income tax. She also won the court. 24 people were criminally charged by the IRS because they claimed there was no law requiring them to file an income tax return.
The fact is, the judge or the prosecutor or the IRS could bring that statute in because it's not in the books. The jury came back with an acquittal for everyone.
So up till now, we taught you about the history and the origins of the power, how they want us to forget our rights so we don't have any. We taught you about the lawsuits, which is the system of complaints, the tort laws and contract agreements, right? The case law, we got into the taxes, the mortgages, so pretty much you should have a really good view of how their system works. Now in this section, we're going to get in and we're going to explain to you all of the mechanisms you could use to actually make yourself a warrior, to make a difference, or to just defend yourself. Now the most important part about all this information isn't to know it and then use it right away. It's to listen to it multiple times, reach that saturation point, get fluent with the information so you remember it, and then get fluent with your arsenal so you know what you have access to if anything comes your way, whether somebody's trying to attack you, or if you decide you need to help somebody else, or if it's time to just go after the big players. So your best weapon is probably the metaphor of your crown. You have to remember that you're king and you ask questions as if you were royalty. So that means you have to remember your rights, know that this is your domain, so have confidence, that's key. And then you ask questions that you know if they'll answer it, it'll incriminate them. Now if they incriminate themselves by answering your question, you have to make sure you have evidence of that. So make sure you always keep notes, keep evidence. It's very close to questions. It's probably the amplification of questions would be the metaphor of the magnifying glass. This would represent the FOIA, or the Freedom of Information Act request. So July 4th, 1966, President Lyndon B. Johnson enacted the Freedom of Information Act request to obtain records specifically from the federal government agencies, or the District of Columbia, or the Freemasons. The reason why this was created was because all of society in the 60s and 70s basically scrutinizing the government because of the Vietnam War. Also, the Watergate scandal of the 1970s, where President Nixon's administration was involved in illegal services. Looks like the Freemasons got caught back in that year. Also, there was a massive civil rights movement where people were discovering these things that I'm trying to teach you here in the 1950s and 60s. So based on all of these things, there was a massive desire for transparency, so they created the Freedom of Information Act request, or the FOIA, which can literally get almost any information you want from these people. And this is really how you incriminate them in one of the best ways ever. You can get a FOIA request from anything from a body camera on a police officer to security footage in a federal government building. A really good example is when Mike Pompeo, during COVID, went onto the podium and said that we are in a live exercise. I still haven't had anybody submit a FOIA requesting what that live exercise was. That's a very intriguing, very important piece of evidence that I think we can all get. I think that should be your first piece of homework. That should be your first FOIA request that you submit. So here's a little clip about what I'm talking about. And then let's just get in real quick on the format of a FOIA and the details.
Excuse me, we'll do it in a second.
May I just say one more thing? There's been some discussion about China and what they knew and when they knew it. And I've been very critical. We need to know immediately. The world is entitled to know. The Chinese government was the first to know of this risk to the world. And that puts a special obligation to make sure that data gets to our scientists, our professionals. This is not about retribution. This matters going forward. We're in a live exercise here. We're in a live exercise here to get this right. We need to make sure that even today, the data sets that are available to every country, including data sets that are available to the Chinese Communist Party, are made available to the whole world. It's an imperative to keep people safe.
So first of all, this is the way it works. You simply send them some correspondence asking them for information underneath a FOIA request, and they have to do it for you. So basically, you send them a letter saying, hey, my name is so-and-so, I'm submitting this FOIA request for this information on this day, in this subject, in this format. Make sure you give them as much details as possible so they don't say, hey, listen, this is going to take forever because you need this massive data, or you need all of these pieces of paper mailed to you, so it's going to cost this much money. You got to keep all of these things in mind. So a lot of the times you're going to want to ask them to send it to you via email, digital style, within a PDF. They will usually charge you, but only for pieces of paper or for expenses that they have. They're not going to just charge you to charge you money. That's not the way it works. And you can request it being done for free. So all these agencies do probably have FOIA emails. You can send direct FOIAs to their direct department. But it's always best to send it through the mail, through a certified letter. That way you have evidence that they received it in case they don't work with you, which is very, very rare. Once they receive the request, they have 20 days to fulfill the request. Sometimes it can be extended through certain circumstances, like if there needs to be some time for processing large amounts of data and records, or if they need to consult with other agencies. If they don't respond to the FOIA request in a limited time frame, you can then file a complaint or a lawsuit for injunctive relief to make them respond to you. Injunctive relief just means you make someone do something. You can also complain to the Office of Government Information Services, and there's a bunch of other remedies, but let's hope that you don't get to that point. Obviously, all of this being said, one of the best resources for information when it comes to exposing these people are these databases that exist out here with all of the Freedom of Information Act requests that have been returned that you can search. All of that juicy information that somebody took the time to request exists in certain places. This is one of the sites right here. WhatDoTheyKnow.com. Now again, this may not be for your area, but you can do, maybe find one for your area, or maybe even start to create your own database. Maybe that's why you were born to do that, and you're hearing this so you can make that happen for the world. Let's go over the live exercise FOIA example that I have for you. So you can use this as a template. It's pretty easy. So what we have on the top left, simple things. We need the date, who you're sending it to, and their address. If they have an email, if you're sending an email, you can also include their email. You can include any information, identifying information to the agency you're sending it to as possible. The reason for this is so they know, and so if you're ever using this as evidence, it's very clear what this is, who it was to, what it was about. Just keep in mind, going through all of this, we need to act as if we're going to be going to court using this as evidence, even if you're not. That That's just how you proceed in this domain. At the bottom, make sure you put your name, your return address, and your email contact information as well. Now, the body of it, you're going to say to whom it may concern, and then you want to make an official declaration that this is in fact a Freedom of Information Act, including the following information. Keep in mind, this format was taken from a news agency. You're pretty much going to want this format and everything, but the specific details you can change. So, in this case, we want a full, accurate, and complete list of the original records held within your office and or under your authority, that's key, describing the live exercise Mike Pompeo, who was the Secretary of Defense in 2020, was speaking about during his specific White House briefing on 3/20/2020. More specifically, all records kept on all or any live exercises, active or of March, that the United States Secretary of State was involved with. Now, breaking this down, all that it's asking for is the most specific thing that you can ask for. So you pick exactly what you want, figure out who can get it to you, and then you ask them in the most detailed way as possible, making a firm declaration. So the rest of this FOIA template is something you want to include, and all it does is it covers all of their potential excuses that they usually pull when they don't want to get you information. So let me read this for you. This request is for an electronic copy or extract of data in a standard machine readable digital. We want our computer to be able to read it because they've probably given files before that were unreadable. If you regard any of the request of records as subject to exemption from required disclosure under the law, I hereby request that you exercise your discretion and disclose them nonetheless. So that's just saying, hey, listen, if anything's redacted, if you can expose it, please expose it. If you decide to withhold any requested records, please do not deny them in their entirety. Do not deny the entire request and release the information available under law. If you cannot fulfill certain parts of this request or certain portions deemed to be exempt, explain in writing the justification for the redacting record. Indicate the extent of any redaction on the portion of the record which is made available or published, and where technically feasible, indicate on the redacted portion itself the specific exemptions claimed. So that's just saying, if you're going to give me a piece of paper that has a bunch of black lines through it, I'm going to need you to tell me why you put those there, and even on the paper, you're going to go choose why you put those there, because that's area. The records disclosed will be shared and used around this community and made public. Accordingly, I request that you waive all fees in the public interest because the furnishings of information sought by this request were and is likely to contribute significantly to public understanding of the operations and activities of the government. If, however, to waive all fees, I am prepared to pay any associated fees, just please notify me. So that's just saying, hey, listen, if you're going to charge me, I'll pay me because this isn't really for me, this is for everybody else. And at the same time, this is letting them know that you've got some people backing you. So if they screw around, there are going to be consequences. And that's pretty much it. I hope that makes sense. You can take this concept and apply it to any FOIA request. So the next important power is your armor. In this case, it represents the power of the private. So basically, your pockets, your vehicles, your house can't enter or search certain things, of course without their reasons and you giving them jurisdiction. These things are all private. Your pockets are private, your backpack's private, your house is private, your car is private. These are all private things, and they have to do certain things in order to have access to those private things. So while you're in the private, you're operating underneath a very, very thick shield of common law jurisdiction. Their commerce BS veil jurisdiction cannot penetrate that private when you know your rights and you stick to them. So instead of saying private, you can just think of it as common law. You're in your common law aura. So you may say, well, what if I didn't give a police officer jurisdiction over me and he still searched me or still did something to me that I don't like? At that point, that police officer is operating in an individual capacity. They think they're operating under the color of law, but they're not. At that point, you would sue that specific person, not the police agency, but that person is now violating your rights. If everybody sued every officer that violated their rights, if they knew this information, it wouldn't be happening anymore. The police don't even know what they're doing because they never have anybody to teach them. There's never any consequences to show them that what they're doing is wrong. If nobody holds them accountable, then they're doing nothing wrong. It's that simple. You have to remember what the police are. They're policy police. They police the policy for the corporation. It's like if you had Walmart with security officers at your house and knocked on your door and asked you for information. You'd be like, Walmart, what are you doing? It's the same thing. The U.S. corporation is a business. They have their corporate officers everywhere. Once you realize what they are, not only are you not scared anymore, no more intimidation, but you're pissed. You're like, telling you you can't have a gun. A corporation is telling you that. Now there's this man, David Lester Straight, who's been speaking on the Constitution, telling you similar information that I'm telling you. He's got a lot of good information, but some of the things he says are things that you absolutely should not do, and I've already covered those and told you you shouldn't do them. So if you do check out his information, just remember all the things I said. He's one of the people who doesn't fully have it. When you look at the Anne interview, if you haven't seen that yet, she gets into that a little bit. She's the one who taught him. Anyways, the point of why I bring him up, he says something amazing about what he actually experienced regarding the police in the United Nations. I don't know how legitimate it is. I feel like it's very true because it lines up with everything. I feel like it's true to the extent where I gotta show you right now. Check this out.
Every city police force in the United States is the United Nations. I built the City of Bend Police Department building, and on the blueprints there were 2 locker rooms. And both rooms were identical. But when I built the City of Bend Police Department building, I had to build 2 locker rooms. And I said, how come? Because this one's filled with the duty uniforms, and this one's filled with their United Nations uniforms. If you look at State House Department publication 6227, written in 1961, it's an order from the United Nations to tell the police departments to begin to find ways to confiscate our firearms. The foreign nation has to work through our State Department. So all the police get instruction from the State Department. We found this out in Houston, Texas, when the floods happened a few years ago, and the City of Houston Police Department had to put on full uniforms. There's warehouses all over this country with UN ATACs, assault vehicles, all over this country that the chief of police has access to. He can't touch it. Yes.
3 suspects in California are accused of running a fake police department and put under arrest. One of the suspects, General Kamala Harris. I'm 48 Hours Crime Scientist Michelle Segona. The ruse began in the Sheriff's Office says various police chiefs in Southern California began to receive letters from the Masonic Fraternal Police Department. The letter said specifically that and he was requesting a meeting with each agency. According to a press release, Captain Roosevelt Johnson of the Santa Clarita actually accepted a meeting with Henry, Tonette Hayes, and Brandon Keel. They showed up dressed in uniforms and said they were all 3 were arrested and now charged with impersonating a peace officer. The group claims to have in 3 states and in Mexico. They allegedly believe they're descendants of the Knights Templar and that their group was founded but medieval scholars say their claims are incorrect and that the Knights Templar was founded during the 12th century Crusades in Jerusalem. Their mission was to protect pilgrims visiting the Holy City, and they answered to the Pope. Some historians speculate that they were tasked with finding precious religious relics during the wars. The legend of the Knights has been featured in popular Hollywood films like The Da Vinci Code,
The Knights Templar.
But the Templars were created to protect the Holy Land.
That was a color.
and National Treasure. As for the suspects, police say after serving a search warrant, they uncovered an array of badges, weapons, uniforms, and even police-type cars and equipment at 2 different residences. A next-door neighbor who referred to David Henry and Tonette Hayes as a couple spoke out to KCBS.
I always see them with their uniform, so I thought they were part of any chief department. I didn't know it was something fake one.
On the website, the group describes how they are different from police departments. The site says, quote, "We are born into this organization. Our bloodlines go deeper than an application. This is more than a job. It's an obligation." Investigators have not determined a purpose or a motive for the organization. Authorities also believe others may be involved, and they're accepting your tips to lead them to other suspects. Keep tracking this bizarre case at our website, and for 48 Hours Crime Cider, I'm Michelle Stigona.
So I have made it my business to investigate the gangs that are proliferating inside the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. I found 18 gangs that are currently functioning inside the Sheriff's Department. Police gangs. We got the Executioners, one, the Caven, the Vikings, Tasmanian Devils, Cowboys, Pirates. There's a ton.
Man, that's gotta be a dangerous job for you. They gotta eat you.
Oh, 100% they hate me. I mean, matter of fact, just on Monday night, the sheriff of Los Angeles County did an hour-long radio show where he just spent an hour bashing me and threatening me. And that's not the first time that happened. He actually threatened to post my home address.
On sheriff?
Yes. An 18-year-old by the name of Andres Guardado was killed by two alleged deputy gang members in the gang called the Executioners. And it came out pretty quickly that the two deputies that shot him were alleged gang members trying to get into the gang, because that's how you get in. You get in by killing a civilian.
So a cop gets into a gang by killing a civilian.
That's correct.
People already look at the police as a gang.
Can't speak on other branches, but I was in the Army for 4 years, so I know about the Army, right? Yeah, I got out as an E4, but what I know, there's two sides of the Army. There's the enlisted side and the officer side, right? And I was deployed with a staff sergeant, which is an E6, and I noticed him studying some Freemason shit, right? When we were in Afghanistan during some downtime, he was reading a book with the logo on the cover and shit, the Freemason logo, right? And so I said, I didn't really ask him about that time. I didn't really. That's not really where my head was at. But I asked him. I said, "Well, what's up with that shit right there? What are you studying? You know what I mean?" He's trying to become a Freemason because he said you'll learn about it as your Army career progresses. But he didn't call it a secret society. He called it a fraternity, right? And he said Freemasons are basically a fraternity, and in order to get your E8, which is a master sergeant or a first sergeant in the Army, you got to be part of the Freemasons. On the enlisted side, E8 and E9 are the key leadership roles, right? Like, I mean, they try to tell you in the Army, like, NCOs are the backbone of the Army, and all those E5 and E6s, sergeants and staff sergeants that are out there with the soldiers are the backbone of the Army, which may be true, but all they're really doing is relaying orders from Freemasons, right? And the Freemasons that are higher in the ranks of 31st, 32nd, 33rd degree Freemasons that are up there, at the top of the pyramid, right? Like, they don't have good intentions for us. And like JFK said in his secret society speech, he gave a speech on this shit. And he said they're going to push their agenda by ways of infiltration instead of invasion, which is what they're already doing. They have a vision for this world, and Satan has gotten into their souls and has led them to believe that they're like the gatekeepers of humanity, and they got to eliminate all these people, over my dead bodies and shit like that.
Yeah, so do you know the difference between police and sheriffs? Sheriffs are police that are elected by the people, and that's a constitutional policeman in all reality. And police are literally the Fed police, the fake police. Do you see the difference? Are you starting to see this now? So just remember, this is a corporation trying to muscle you around, and we're born into it. So we've been thinking that it's this government this whole time, and that if you mess with the government, Big Brother's gonna get you. Yes, they will get you unless you know your rights, and you find like-minded people and group with them. Safety in numbers. So we've talked about the private property, they can't touch it. Safety in numbers. How do you combine those? Private Member Association, PMA, or private club, or what the Freemasons are, or what or what the Vatican is, Private Member Association. If you've got an Elks Club or Elks Lodge in your area where all the veterans go and drink, those are PMAs as well. Let's get in very slightly to the power of PMAs, and then I'll direct you to the coursework where you'll see an interview with the master of PMAs who's actually fought in court to defend his PMAs all throughout the United States, which honestly is so commendable and amazing. Great guy. So the overall understanding of a PMA is all you need to do is have a contract that each member signs that stipulates the agreement between you and the other members. It can be very simple, and it can be as complicated as having bylaws, a constitution, and member contracts, and even more than that, that outlines how your private club operates, different times you meet, etc., etc. The more complicated you make it, the more legit of a case you have if you ever go to court. So you can have a constitution, you can have bylaws, you can make it a whole private club. It's the same thing as like an elite social club. They all do this, they have this information. So if you don't want to start an LLC underneath all of that BS, then you would start a PMA, a private member association. And you only need you, maybe 2 other people. So it's basically another way to create a business. The gentleman that I interviewed, he was running a grocery store, and I think he wanted it to be tax exempt because PMAs are tax exempt. If you're getting paid yourself, your labor needs to be done a certain way. Anyways, all he did was when a customer came in to check out, they'd sign a piece of paper, they're then members, and then they check out and leave. There was no separation at the door, there was no bylaws, there was other than one piece of paper. So he did that very easy, no big deal. Now, draw more attention, then you may want to have something but didn't give any of us a place to smoke it, and you can't smoke it publicly. You can only smoke it in the private. So I developed a private member association with I even invested lots of money into this, and it was perfect. And I even had my legal argument articulated in the member booklet that I'd give to everybody, and I taught everybody the club how it worked, so that way everybody knew, just in case they came after the club. And if they were to put police out leaving, I would then have an argument ready to sue them for harassment. So I had everything articulated. That's just the way I roll. The reason 4 different places, but each place had some sort of complication. One of the places, the owners all didn't agree on what it was going to be used for, and then just stopped it from happening in other situations. And then I later realized, if you're going to do something like that, if you're going to press the envelope, you want your own property. Even though my state has statutes supporting the fact that you don't need zoning laws. You can ignore the town board, select board, and city council. You don't need zoning. You don't need an alcohol license. Don't do this, but you can literally sell any drug and they can't touch drug to your members. I was only going to offer a place for people to come and smoke instead of drink, because the new wave is not drinking alcohol. Everybody's going to have a vice. A lot of people like to smoke or vape. So I was going to have a place where people came to be able to smoke. And I wasn't going to need a weed license to sell weed. I wasn't even going to do that. But you wouldn't need a liquor license to sell alcohol or a marijuana license to sell weed, because you're operating under the to private members. And it takes you out of all of the commerce, and it keeps you in common law, and it ties you directly to the constitution of your state. When you're in a private club, private member association, you act like that whole area is the privacy of your house. It's basically like an island that the commerce jurisdiction cannot touch. And the state jurisdiction also cannot touch it because it's protected by the Constitution. So you have to understand, if you haven't got the bigger picture now, that we have the overall fake veil of the federal, right, of the Capitol, the fake veil of the U.S. corporation. That can be trumped by the fake veil's Constitution, right? All the BS laws on top of their fake veil can be trumped within their system by their Constitution. All of that system of the Fed and the U.S. corporation can be trumped by each common law of each state, each constitution of each state, right? So within each state, we kind of have the whole thing happen all over again. Within each state, you have your Constitution, and then you have laws that they add on top of that over time, okay? You can still use the original Constitution of your state to laws that are added within your state. These are multiple layers of a bigger organism. It is complex, but it's easy at the same time. You just have to hear it the right way. I hope I'm telling you it the right way. So to wrap up private member associations, they're very, very powerful. You just want to make sure you own your property, you're not leasing, and you don't have a mortgage. There were these people who opened up a cannabis smoke shop in New York, and they did it constitutionally, and they were protected. But in order to get to them, they got to their tobacco license. So even if you're protected, they will try to exploit and find a weakness. Their tobacco license was connected to them, and they said, if you keep messing with us, we'll mess with this connection, and there goes your tobacco shop. So they got scared and they closed down. So just keep in mind, whenever you do this, you're going to want to be standing on all feet, not just one foot. So if you want to see an example of a PMA that I created, go to disclosureclub.com, and you'll see a bunch of things underneath that specific member association. It's Disclosure Club, Disclosure Hub, State Observers Network, which is the press, which is what we're going to get into next, the power of the press. So the press is a lot like a PMA, and you're private when you're in your home. You're taking the power of common law, the power of the original core constitution of your state and of their fake corporation, says that we have a right to press. Claim to be press. Again, you could be representing yourself. You could make a small organization that you just have a name in the back of your mind for. You can have a website. It doesn't really matter. You just need to know what you're doing and know what your right is. You have the right to be press, right? And all that is, it's a constitution highlight of your God-given right to be able to ask questions and inform the public. You also have the right to free speech. So within that right to free speech, you're going to want to be going in and asking questions. As I told you with the Crown and with the FOIA, the notebook under your arsenal represents press. You literally have the freedom to watch the U.S. corporation police go and do anything they're doing. You've got way more freedom than that. The freedom of the press gives you that overall shield of going in and being able to investigate what the scheme criminals are doing, if that makes sense. You used all of your rights and all of the tools in your arsenal here. You could use the power of the press to investigate. Then you have enough evidence to then file a complaint, which is file a lawsuit. And then during that lawsuit, you may even find more information. And by doing this over and over and over, you as one person could do the work of a whole squad of people who don't have what I just told you here. This is the key. The last part of this is obviously militias. What is a militia? Militia, I like to think, is basically a PMA. But a PMA where the members know that they may have to go and defend us at some point. Our forefathers and the Minutemen never were designed to attack. It's never offense, it's always defense. So if you were to form a militia, it would just be a bunch of people who agree that they're like-minded, and if anything happens, they're there to lend a hand. So when you know all of these things, you can perform audits, like get pulled over, go through that, record it, get the videos out. You could do things to prove to yourself. Traffic tickets are a really good thing to try to challenge. If you get pulled over, it's a really good opportunity. If you get a ticket, to go and send them a letter in the mail and ask them how they have jurisdiction over you when you didn't know that you signed the contract, you didn't know the terms of the contract when you signed, and you just want to understand how they got the jurisdiction over you when you're not driving a motor vehicle and operating under commerce. Again, you can ask these questions. Anything you don't understand from these courses, from these classes, you can go and you can ask these questions in a situation like a traffic ticket. Like, hey, can you just help me understand, with statutes and the Constitution, how exactly you have jurisdiction over me to influence me? Because if you don't have jurisdiction over me, you're trying to extort me for money. If you try to take my vehicle or my ability to drive, you're trying to take away my ability to live life the way I need to live it, and that's not okay. So how exactly are you able to do that? Exactly. These are all the tools you can use. But the biggest thing here is, it's not about fishing, it's about knowing how to fish.
I am here at the post office because I'm about to send out several certified letters. I've got 13 certified letters requesting the bonds for each of the sheriffs in each of the counties of Arizona. And I also have 2 letters going out to obtain the governor's bond in Arizona. Now, the governor's bond in Arizona is a blanket bond. It's unique to other states because technically by federal law, each state is supposed to have every elected official carrying their own bond or liability or surety bond liability policy. Okay, so it's one or the other. It's either they have to carry a bond or a surety bond liability policy. Now, in Arizona, they kind of manipulated the laws and they said that everybody could be covered under Ducey's our government. So I've got a request for that blanket bond. If I can get a hold of Ducey's blanket bond, that means that we can go and file a letter of intent to file a claim against their bond for every single superintendent in our entire state. Every school superintendent, school district superintendent. very specific. So, today what I'm doing is I'm requesting the bonds for each individual sheriff in our entire state. Then I'm requesting Ducey's bond, and I'm sending that request to both Ducey and to the Secretary of State, Katie Hobbs. Now, if Ducey and Katie Hobbs do not provide me with this blanket bond, which is required by law for them to provide me, then I will ask a sheriff to go and issue a warrant for their arrest, because they are in direct violation of the law. And if the sheriff doesn't issue the warrant, then I have their bonds. Okay? So this is pretty intense, but I think that everyone should be doing this now, because these people, they sign an oath to the Constitution of the United States of America to uphold their duties. And if they do not uphold their duties, liable for a surety bond claim. And so I'm going to go after these guys. All I need is one sheriff's bond. If I can't get Ducey's bond, then I'm going to go after the sheriffs. So here we go, guys. Let's get this done. And in your state, most likely your individual elected official is bonded. So let's say you're talking about the superintendent at your school district or the board of directors at your school district. Likely they each carry their own bonds. But if they don't provide those bonds to you, you can get the bond for your county sheriff. It is the responsibility of the sheriff to uphold the laws. Okay? If you have someone who's abducted in the hospital, if you have someone that you feel is being a child that's being harmed or hurt in any way, the sheriff's responsibility is to uphold the laws in their county. They have complete jurisdiction over the police departments, the police precincts, the judges, everybody. So if you have their bond, it is incredibly powerful.
So keep re-listening to this, and always be looking for more information about all of it. Everything I've said to you is true. Everything you're going to hear from everybody else may not be true, but as long as you remember this core of all of these things, you're going to have the compass to be able to tell you if you're going in the right direction.
Your ATM is safe, our banks are safe, there's enough cash in the financial system, and there is an infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve, an infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve.
An infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve.
You understand? It's about human beings selling themselves out. The echelon attitude here, the needs of the few outweigh the needs of humanity. And sorry, that just isn't right. You know, but it's going to have to be humanity that's going to rise up and take the stand. You're just going to have to turn off your televisions. They're going to have to get in their car. They're going to have to fire everybody in Washington, D.C. that knows and does nothing. And they're going to have to do something. You know, this apathy's got to end. Otherwise, the way we live is going to end. Period. I mean, that's the bottom line. You know, and I'm not coming from a fear space. I'm really quite angry about the apathy and the fact that, you know, when people give lectures and try to tell us, people want to stand up and fight with them. Look at what's happening around us. The indications are everywhere. Everywhere. The truth is now an obscure thing. You know, the lie is the norm. There's something wrong here. What's wrong with this picture? None of this is right. We were never meant to live this way. Instead of raising the consciousness that we have, they would rather just destroy the United States, or destroy our standard of living, so that we're comparable to everybody else. So now everywhere is a third world nation. And that's exactly what they're doing. And they're doing it for power, for greed. We're selling out our own, and it's somebody's got to do it. You know, but nobody will tell the truth. Nobody will come out and say, hey, you know, we've really been sold out. That there are forces within our government, like what Kennedy tried to do, that just flat out want to destroy the United States. Because look at where we are. Look at us right now as a civilization, as a society. Okay? The cities, the culture that we're living in now has totally cut us off from the land, from what our real essence is, which is nature. And, you know, we're starting to feed off each other. It's like so bizarre. And I think enough of us, more of us, really
start taking the perspective that what we're doing here isn't right. We need to get in touch with what's out there. What makes me be here? You know, as opposed to going home after work, turning on TV, watching 3 hours of television, going to bed, getting up the next morning, going to work, and doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. Like robots. Throw the televisions away. Just throw them away.
If you've made it through the series and you comprehend it, congratulations, welcome to the team. Get to work. If you haven't been able to comprehend it, simply rewatch it a few times. It's taken me 3 or 4 years of seeing the same thing over and over and over to even get to the point where I am, to see the overview work and explain it like the way I did. I did this and I did it for free because it's the only way we're going to make a difference. I need you to never forget what I told you. Always research, always remember, and always practice it. Always get better at it. Because when they come to try to take our rights and take our guns, these are the God-given rights that will protect us, that will incriminate them. Just know soon they are going to try to take all of the data that's being gathered as they listen to us from all of our smart devices. That's a fact. And they're going to use it against us in court. We're already categorized via AI in different categories, and most of us are probably labeled as terrorists. That's why I wear a mask like this, so they can't prove that it's me. My voice could be AI for all they know. If the majority of us know our rights when push comes to shove, we'll have a fighting chance. The only way we're going to know our rights is if you share this video. If you appreciate the work I put into this for free, make a purchase at Green Mountain Greenery. Go directly to the shop at buygmg.com, check out the or check out the products at greenmountaingreenery.info. This isn't about money. Bills need to be paid. Enough said. I have left a ton of information and videos and content out of this work, and I made it available for free online underneath the courses. When you go to the coursework, it's going to be all the videos that I left out, and maybe some more. I don't have a lot of time. I have a lot of things aside to make this video, so please take some time and check out the coursework, because the time I put into that should be as good as the time I put into this. If you want to take a break and see more of my content that's mind-blowing, mind-expanding, you need to go to occultcat.com and watch the Cat in the Occult series. It's based off Cat Williams, but it goes way deeper. I'd say it's about 5% Cat Williams and 95% world mysteries. As I make these videos, I learn just as much as I'm sharing, and it's an amazing process to be able to share with you. If you want to test out some of your abilities right now, you could write a FOIA to multiple locations about what the contents of the jet fuel is, or maybe what the contents of the stratospheric aerosol injections are. If you want an archive to go down to see more rare archived law videos that I've accumulated, you can go to my Telegram. Yes, I have Disclosure Hub, but about 15 other categories. The Vault Constitutional Awakening channel will have tons for you. If you don't believe this information, you need to go to Google and type in cognitive dissonance. Do a lot of research on cognitive dissonance, and then go in the bathroom and look in the mirror. One last final thought experiment to do with me. Now that you know what the Fed is and what the federal agency is, the capital, the U.S. corporation, think about what the FBI is. Doesn't that explain why it's such a terrible organization? My name is GK, which stands for Golden Knowledge. I'm just here to help, and I'll do it until I'm dead. I hope you check out all of my information that I've done over the past 4 or 5 years. Some of it's hard to watch, but it's all true, and I do this for you. With love, GK, with the Disclosure.
Screenshot this shit. Hedera.com/council. Let me slide down here and see. Hedera is owned and governed by the world's leading organizations. Calvin, can you please tell me who's on that list? Sure, no problem. Avery Dennison, Boeing, Chainlink Labs, which runs Chainlink and all of its oracles, okay? Denton, IBM, Google. Look at this, LG, Ubisoft, Swirl, Standard Bank. This crypto right here is owned and governed by the world's leading organizations, and it is ISO 20022 compliant. Who's paying attention? You might want to screenshot this. Right. Now, how do all of these things work? They all work through Quant. Quant is the boss. It has an overledger system which operates like Apple's iOS, but this is iOS for the blockchain. I'm gonna say that again. This is like Apple's iOS system for the blockchain. Can you break it down for me a little bit more? Sure, I can. Here is Quant. Quant is a software, and their overledger operating system talks to all of these things. You cannot run your life today or your business without one of these being a part of it. That is 100% fact. You cannot run your life today or your business without running into one of these payment APIs. Google Pay, Apple Pay, Amazon Pay, PayPal, Stripe, Samsung, Walmart, Venmo, Swift. I'm gonna double tap that one again. Swift. This runs that. Blockchains. That means layer 1s, layer 2s, and even layer 0s like Polkadot. Who's paying attention? Constellation DAG is right here. Y'all don't even know what Constellation DAG is. Let me remind you. Look what it is right here. Look. Constellation DAG, proof of reputable observation. Y'all don't know what that means. I'm gonna break it down for you in layman's terms. Watch this. Pay attention. This one, by the way, because y'all like to read, like stuff like Perez Hilton and Bossip and Shade Room. I read stuff on NASDAQ and NASDAQ, Fortune and Forbes. Constellation Network to provide U.S. Air Force with blockchain security for data sharing. Oh my God. Anybody ever heard of the U.S. Air Force? They're using the Constellation DAG network to provide security for their data sharing, man. Are y'all, who's paying attention? Who's paying attention? This software right here talks to all of that stuff. It is the only, this right here, this is the only blockchain that has a relationship and a freaking contract with the U.S. government. Constellation DAG, which is right here. Interchain, enterprise blockchain, banking APIs. I just explained to you how JP Morgan is moving into the metaverse. They already have a virtual bank in the metaverse. They're now filing a trademark patent for crypto wallets. This banking API and all of these talk to Quant. Quant talks to all of Internet of Things. That means the APIs for those of you trying to create new technology. Hey Siri, okay, all of that. Okay Siri, and Alexis, do this and that. Those are all Internet of Things APIs. This controls and runs all of them. Who's paying attention? So everything is attached to Quant. Quant goes out here and talks to XDC. That means it talks to JP Morgan and Chase, TriFi. It talks to the Internet of Things. That means CBDCs. That means central bank digital currencies are coming, and this is going to be part of the Internet of Things. It talks to Constellation DAG, the only contract with the United States of America. It goes over here and it talks over here to Hedera Hashgraph, owned and governed by the world's leading organizations. And it's over here with IBM and Google and all of that. Talks to Stellar Lumens, who has a deal with MoneyGram, already moving money worldwide. Hyperledger system and the Interledger system with Ripple and its technology with XRP. Who's paying attention, man? Y'all tripping.
And the story involves a company of 200 angels who the Book of Enoch denominates watchers. Most people in gigantism do not live very long, in contrast to the offspring of the watchers, who were superhumanly enhanced with the DNA of their angelic fathers. And so these would have been superheroes, basically, hybrids. And when they could no longer sustain them, their appetites, the giants began to feed on man. It looked like superhuman giants and their advanced technology fighting each other, but in the midst of this battle are also human beings who are also fighting on one side or the other. This isn't just some fanciful fiction. This is Timothy Albrino, and you are watching End Times Productions. Mount Hermon has always been considered by these ancient Near Eastern cultures, and even by the Romans and the Greeks, to be what we would call today an axis mundi, gateway to another realm, or perhaps a portal somewhere else, right? It's a cosmic mountain. This is the way the Mesopotamians would have viewed Mount Hermon. It's a cosmic mountain. And so it was believed that there was a gate there to the netherworld. And part of this lore revolves around the Enochian tale. And I say part of it because the Greeks had their own reasons for believing that, and the Canaanites had their own reasons for believing it, but obviously the Hebrews believed that because of the Enochian tale, that the Watchers descended here. And it's not coincidental that it was upon the slopes of Hermon that Jesus transfigured before his disciples. And it's not coincidental that it was at the base of Hermon where he declared that the gates of hell would not prevail against his church. And he did this specifically at the site of the Grotto of Pan, which was thought to be an entrance into the netherworld, or the underworld. So Mount Hermon is a cosmic mountain in the cosmology of the Mesopotamians. And the cosmology, it is a cosmic mountain. And again, if that means something like a portal, or a gate to hell, or an axis mundi, whatever that means, it was viewed as this place where heaven and earth and the underworld were connected. That's what's known as an axis mundi. First Enoch relates an incredible story, a remarkable tale. And it turns out that this story lays the foundation for some of the most enigmatic references in the Old and New Testament of the Bible. So this isn't just some fanciful fiction that the Hebrews told their children at nighttime, some bedtime story. The story of First Enoch is foundational to Hebrew cosmology, to ancient Hebrew cosmology. You cannot remove the Enochian tale from ancient Hebrew cosmology. That's how foundational it is. And the story involves a company of 200 angels who the Book of Enoch denominates watchers. And these angels were observing the daughters of men, and of course this is the reference in Genesis 6. They were observing the daughters of men. They saw that they were comely, that they were fair, that they were beautiful, and they desired to take them as wives. In fact, their desire, there's two explicit things they desired, two things that are conspicuous, and one thing that is inconspicuous. Two things that are directly mentioned, and the final motivation is inferred. So there's three motivations here. So the first thing we have to understand about the story of the Watchers is that there are three motivating factors that led to this transgression, which forms the beginning of the narrative, the historical narrative in the Book of Enoch. And the first motivation is the Watchers desired to marry and copulate with the daughters of men. So they desired to wed these women and to impregnate them. The second desire was to progenerate through them their own offspring. They wanted to procreate and have children with their wives, with their human wives. That's the second motivation. The third motivation, and the first two are implicit, the third one is inferred. So the first two motivations are implicit in the text, in the narrative of First Enoch. This third motivation that I'm going to explain is inferred in what happens. And the third motivation is they wanted to usurp dominion of the earth from the sons of Adam through the agency of their hybrid offspring. That's the third motivation, and that is, as I said, not implicit in the text, it's inferred. So the Watchers, with these desires in mind, concocted this plan. They were going to descend to the earth in direct defiance of God. They knew that what they were about to do amounted to a grave transgression. And so what they did, before they effectuated this plan, was they bound themselves by an oath. And the book of Enoch says that they bound themselves by mutual imprecations, which means we're all in this together. We're binding ourselves together so that we will all have to pay the penalty for this great sin. So they bind themselves by mutual imprecations, and then they descend to the earth, and the point of arrival happens to be the summit of Mount Hermon. And Mount Hermon is in the Lebanese mountain range, in the Lebanon mountain range, and it is one of the highest peaks. And the Watchers descend to Hermon. It's not clear if they bind themselves by the oath before or after. I think they bind themselves by the oath actually when they arrive, because Mount Hermon was forever after known as the Mountain of Oath. So probably they bind themselves with an oath after they descend to Hermon. And as I said before, I do not envision the Watchers flapping their wings, with descending, alighting onto the summit of Hermon with these big, bird wings. I think that they arrived at the helms of advanced aerospace vehicles. In other words, UFOs. So once they bind themselves by this oath, they descend into the plains, and they begin to choose from among the daughters of men suitable wives. Each one chose a singular wife. And the sense isn't that they were invading the villages and throwing these women over their shoulders. This is not what's being communicated. Rather, the way I envision it, I think the way that's implied in the way it's implied in the text, is that the Watchers were covertly observing the village. And choosing each one of them which woman from these various villages that they wanted to take as a wife. And then a transaction occurs. And this is not exactly implicit in the text. This is also inferred in the text. The Watchers engage in a transaction with the fathers of the maidens that they want to wed. And remember, the motivation here is not just to copulate with these women, but rather to wed them, to take them as wives and procreate offspring with them, to have families, right? In the manner of the sons of Adam. And so the Watchers, once they have the maidens that they desire to wed, they go to their fathers and they make a transaction. And the transaction is something like, again, this is inferred in the text, the transaction is something like, I desire to wed your daughter, and here's what I'm going to give you as a these things, and in exchange you give us your daughter's hands in marriage. So it's a transaction, and this is important because it's a legal transaction that the Watchers are after. This is a legal transaction with the rightful regents of the earth, the sons of Adam. And so the Watchers are obviously trying to accomplish something with legal cover. Otherwise, they would just have taken these women by force. They did not. They wed them. And you can envision
for a little bit, go in a dark place, go in the bathroom, turn off the lights, nothing in here. We'll have the light on at first, and then after 1 minute, turn the light off, and search until you find your own glow, your own aura, and then you watch it change. Wow. And it's a scary thing because you'll feel like some hands are on you, and you lose a little bit of control of what you're doing, but if you stay with it, you'll be inhabited by something, and then you walk out, you carry it with you, and you gotta know how to say goodbye to it. If you really want to get there. A lot of people are afraid, to empty themselves and fill it up with something else.
For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of wickedness in the heavenly places. There are spiritual forces at work around us at all times, and if you open yourself up, like Terrence explains that he did, to any type of spirit that you would allow to come into you, you will be inhabited by these evil spirits and led astray by Satan and his minions. Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, walks about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. Another reason I believe Terrence Howard is being influenced by demonic spirits is how he mocks and belittles the biblical stories. Here he tries to downplay an incredible miracle of walking on water and attributes it to something he's doing.
I've made some discoveries in my own personal life with the science that, Pythagoras was searching for. I was able to open up the flower of life properly and find the real wave conjugations that we've been looking for 10,000 years. Why would I continue
This actually sounds very similar to the pride of Satan that got him kicked out of heaven. How you are fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning. How you are cut down to the ground, you who weaken the nations. For you have said in your heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will also sit on the mount of the congregation on the farthest sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Here again, Terence mocks another biblical story, whether he knows he's doing it or not, but he speaks about an encounter that he had with an entity that came to him in a dream, offered to give him anything he wanted, power, money, or whatever, and he chose to understand how everything works.
He said to me, if you could have anything in the world, what would it be? Now, we were really poor. My dad had just gotten out of prison for manslaughter. I didn't have much, but I said to him, I want to know how everything works.
This is actually a demonic mocking of Solomon's dream that he had with God. In 1 Kings 3, 5-28, God appears to Solomon in a dream and asks him what he wants. Solomon replies that he wants wisdom and knowledge to properly govern God's people. God is pleased with Solomon's request and grants him wisdom as well as wealth and honor. Biblically, we know of a few different demonic possessions and influences on people and what that manifests like. The most common is when people are possessed and they lose complete control of their body and become violent in one way or another. Then they brought him to him, and when he saw him, immediately the spirit convulsed him, and he fell on the ground and wallowed, foaming at the mouth. When Jesus saw that the people came running together, he rebuked the unclean spirit, saying to it, Deaf and dumb spirit, I command you, come out of him, and enter him no more. Then the spirit cried out, convulsed him greatly, and came out of him. That is the most common type of demonic possession that we hear about in the Bible. But there's also another type where the demons inhabit the person and lead them to teach false doctrines and false ways. 2 Timothy 3:7 tells us about these doctrines of demons. Revelation 2:14 is another reference to this. But I have a few things against you, because you have there those who hold the doctrine of Balaam, who taught the law to put a stumbling block before the children of Israel, to eat things sacrificed to idols, and to commit sexual immorality. The Bible prophesied that many deceptions will come upon humanity, and people will choose to listen to interesting fables over biblical truths. For the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but according to their own desires, because they have itching ears, they will heap up for themselves teachers, and they will turn their ears away from the truth and be turned aside to fables. At some point in the future, false teachers won't just have incredible sounding fables and interesting theories, they'll have signs and wonders accompanying them. For false Christs and false prophets will rise and show great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. This is why it's so important to be constantly in prayer, praying for discernment, pray for the full armor of God to be on you, and constantly be in the Word of God so you're not led astray by the deceptions of the world. For Terrence Howard and anyone else who's lost in false, interesting sounding fables, you can come back to Jesus just like the prodigal son. You can go from being lost in these ideas to being found in Jesus Christ. It was right that we should make merry and be glad, for your brother was dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found. The only way to truth, light, and full understanding of ourselves, of God, and the creation we live in is through Jesus Christ. Jesus said to him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. And if you turn to Jesus and believe in him and his word with everything that you are, he will be right there waiting for you with open arms. For the Son of Man has come to seek and to save that which was lost.
of crazy things that would happen in 2024, including, but not exclusive to, a former president almost dying by assassination attempt, a current sitting president almost dying by old age and having to give up his re-election seat to another person, I did not have on my bingo card that the 2024 Paris Olympics would begin with a bunch of drag queens mocking Christianity with some sort of rendition of the Last Supper. But that is exactly what happened with this Olympic ceremony that just occurred yesterday. And there's even more stuff that happened yesterday that's pretty eye-opening. I'm going to share it with you right now. I'm going to share a few of the most shocking things that happened in the opening ceremony. I'm going to share with you as well a picture of what happened in past ceremonies so that you know that, Cap, you can't say, Cap, this is just art, this is just entertainment, this is just expression. You're going to see what true art looks like when it comes to an opening ceremony, and how what's happening before our eyes right now is truly a demonic agenda that they're just trying to jam down our throats. And then I'm going to share with you some scripture at the end to bring the whole thing together, because the Word of God doesn't return void. And if you don't believe that we are in a spiritual battle right now, buckle up, because it's about to get very real. So let's check out this first clip right here. So if I click this first clip, look at this, this is crazy, man. Look at this first music performance. I'm going to try to pull this up from the beginning. Like, this is, imagine watching this with your 6-year-old. I have a 6-year-old or a 5-year-old, so to me this is not so hard to imagine, and I'm glad I didn't watch this because my kids would have nightmares looking at this. But look at this opening ceremony music performance. Really? For the Olympics? For primetime television, you're gonna have a lady singing with her head lopped off?
Ça ira, as I said, ça ira, all will be well.
Well, this part of the ceremony is entitled Liberty and the Quest for Liberty.
The quest for liberty, guys. Hey, this is how far art has come from what art really is meant to do, which is to glorify God. That's the whole purpose of art anyway. But this is an expression of liberty. Well, I mean, yeah, but can you, like, kind of tone it down with some of the gory pictures for the opening ceremony with our kids watching? We have this, which is a very bizarre picture. It's like this midnight rider on a horse, which I'm going to share with you in a little bit, because there's a direct correlation in the book of Revelation. That's kind of eerie when you look at this. Just looking at this, nothing about it looks like light. It seems very dark, but let's look at this horseman just kind of running through the night. Like, what's the point? What is the point? Oh, there's no real point behind it. No, these people spend millions, if not billions of dollars putting this whole event together. I'm talking about the Olympics here. Every detail is calculated. Every single detail. No, it's not just like art class for a kindergartner where it's like, oh, I don't know, I just kind of threw paint on the wall and that's my art. No, every detail was paid for, signed off on, and typically it was signed off on by a committee of people who said, okay, we're going to do this. But why? For what purpose? I'll do another one for you. So here's a shot right here. This one is just very bizarre. You have kids, clearly kids, in a tunnel. I want you to piece this together. Kids in a tunnel, and you have this person in a boat. Is he like gonna, where is he gonna take these kids? Like, where are the kids' parents? What's going on here? Like, I'm not trying to get like all Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy theory on you, but what are we trying to communicate with this picture? What's the purpose of this? Like, this is like, if this was a still from a movie that my kids who are super young asked me to watch, I'd be like, yeah, I don't know. Something about this just seems kind of sketchy to me. And then without further ado, here you have the Last Supper. You got the Last Supper, but the Last Supper is not Jesus and his disciples. The night before he was crucified, the night before he was murdered for the sins of mankind. No, you have a bunch of men dressed up as women. And the production value of this is horrible, by the way. Like, if you're gonna do it, like, at least make it look good, but this is like, this is such a mockery. Here, I'll actually play for you the clip right now, so you can see what exactly happened here. Heart-shaped hands. Dude, this is insane. Insane. I mean, the absolute mockery that these people are making of Christianity is mind-blowing. I saw somebody in the comments say, okay, now do the same thing with Islam. And you know that these people would never do that with Islam. Meanwhile, ironically enough, France, London, a lot of these European countries are being absolutely decimated by immigrants coming in and completely taking over in the name of Islam. You know, riots everywhere, protests everywhere. It's insane. Just go watch the video clips. That's happening. Well, I would actually submit this. Here's an interesting thing I didn't think about. Why are both of these things happening at the same time? Because there is a spirit behind both of these activities, and here is the spirit behind both of these activities. This is the Antichrist spirit. This is what it says in 1 John 4, verses 1 through 3. Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits, whether they are of God, because many false prophets have gone out into the world. By this you know the Spirit of God. Every spirit that confesses that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is of God, and every spirit that does not confess that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is not of God. And this is the spirit of the Antichrist, which you have heard was coming, and is now already in the world. The Antichrist. Who's the Antichrist? The Antichrist is the person that comes in the book of Revelation, who establishes his throne, ruling over the earth in this period of the 7-year period of the Great Tribulation. And this person, I mean, everything that sets up for this person, who hates God, who is persecuting Christians, who sets up this one world government, one world currency. If you don't get the mark of the beast, you know, the mark, the 666 on your hand or on your forehead or whatever, you can't buy or sell. So you're going to have to figure out how you're going to survive in the midst of this economy that's ruled by this one world ruler. Everything is leading up to this point right now. In fact, it doesn't even surprise me that you have all of this happening at the Olympics. All of this is happening on a global stage where every country is represented. And what are they doing? They're allowing that spirit to run rampant and to tell you what's about to come. I'm going to share with you again this picture of, let's see, I want to go to the, here it is. Here is that the horse rider. This is a different horse rider, but what's up with this visual right here? What's amazing is you have people, when they see this guy on like a pale horse, you have people that aren't even believers recognizing, wait a second, I think I've heard of that before. You have this guy over here, he's not a Christian at all. Jake Shields. What does death riding a pale horse represent? You want me to show you what that represents? Look at this. Revelation chapter 6, verse 8. So I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and the name of him who sat on it was Death, and Hades followed with him. And power was given to them and power was given to them over a fourth of the earth to kill with sword, with hunger, with death, and by the beasts of the earth. Here's what's interesting. I don't even know if the people putting this together understand the weight of all of these decisions that they're putting together. The mockery of Jesus by having drag queens come out and pretend to be Jesus and his disciples. The mockery of possibly the rider of death on the pale horse in Revelation. They might not even know what narrative they're partnering with. They just think that they're flowing with their creativity. The devil is using these people whether they know it or not. And so here's my challenge to you as a Christian. My challenge to you as a Christian is we cannot get angry at these people. We cannot harbor anger and bitterness. We need to forgive these people. These people need Jesus. If they don't receive forgiveness for their sin, they will burn in hell for their sin, just like every one of us would have if it wasn't for the grace of God. We got to pray for these people. But these people nonetheless are partnering with a demonic spirit. They're partnering with the spirit of the Antichrist, who's setting the stage before the tribulation happens and the Antichrist takes the stage. Alright, I'm going to share with you some comparisons of what happened in past Olympics, but before I do, I want to share with you a quick opportunity. If you are just tired, especially if you're an American, if you're tired of the woke agenda destroying everything that touches politics, education, entertainment, media, etc., and you think, well, Cap, what can I do practically about this problem? One thing you can do is you can stop buying from the big box companies every month that are promoting these demonic messages, like Pride Month, etc. And you can do that by making a simple switch, buying the boring products that you buy every month, laundry detergent, shampoo, deodorant, etc. You don't have to buy from those companies that are promoting that stuff. Go to switchwithcap.com, schedule a free call with my team. Free call, no headlocks at all, but just learn from our team how you can make a simple switch that is going to make a big difference in the country and you're going to feel great about. And the products are also amazing. And we can together defund this demonic agenda that's being pushed down our throats everywhere we go. Go to switchwithcap.com to learn more. Link in the description and in the comments. But let's get back to this. Okay, check this out. Now let's look at Russia. This is Russia in 2014. Let's look at the difference here. Look at this, 2014 versus 2024. 2024 is on the bottom here. You have grown men dressing as women, absolute degeneracy. And then in 2014, look at this. Look at how classy this is. Classy, sophisticated, beautiful. And then this is what's in 2024. Are you not seeing it, people? Are you not seeing it? That's just shocking, man. Alright, I think we've seen enough. Here's what I want to tell you. If you're in a place where you're seeing this, you likely clicked on this video because you're looking at what's happening in the world and you're asking yourself, okay, what is going on here? Clearly things are going in a bad direction, but what does this mean for me? How can I be a part of the solution? Is it just going to be bad news and worse news until the end? Because it looks like we're getting really close to the end of the story here of humanity. And let me tell you, it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. And the end of the story is not looking good for those who are not in Christ. But if you are in Christ, let me tell you, the best is yet to come. And that's why I can talk about what's happening in the world with peace in my heart and a smile on my face. This is what Jesus said in John 16:33. These things that I've spoken to you, that in me you may have peace. In the world, you're going to have tribulation, man. The devil knows that his time is coming to an end. He's going to do whatever he can to bring as many people to hell with him as possible. And most people, let me tell you, are already on their way to hell. The Bible says that wide is the path which leads to destruction, and many are going to go down that path. But narrow is the path which leads to life, and few will find it. Here's the good news, though. It's not too late. If you're watching this video, it's not too late for you to find the narrow path which leads to life. But be of good cheer. Here's what Jesus says. I have overcome the world. And why was Jesus qualified to talk about overcoming the world? Because after they crucified him, I'm talking about, remember this, I said the night, this whole scene right here is them mocking Jesus and his disciples the night before Jesus went to a cross for your sin and my sin and was brutally murdered for the sin of the world. But he didn't stay dead. No, that's what's amazing about the God that we worship in Jesus. He is not just another person who claimed that they were some prophet or something, or even God, and then stayed dead. He is the only person who rose himself from the grave by the power of the Holy Spirit. And let me tell you, you're not going to get out of this life alive without that same power. But if you give your life to Jesus, if anything's going to happen in this world, with all the craziness happening, if all this is going to happen, don't let it be a weight. Let this be the thing that turns you to God and say, you know what? I need to get back reacquainted with my Creator. If I'm going to survive what's going on right now, I need a supernatural power from on high. You need forgiveness for your sin. You need the power of the Holy Spirit. And the good news is no matter what happens in the world, from now until Jesus comes back to judge the world, you will be more than an overcomer, because the spirit of the overcomer will live in you. Come on, somebody. Greater is he who is in you as a Christian than he who is in the world, that spirit of the Antichrist. So give your life to Jesus. If you haven't given your life to God, I have another video at the end of this one you have to watch. You need to make sure that you are in right standing relationship with God if you're going to make it in these end times, and if you want to be sure that you spend eternity in heaven and not hell. Go watch that video. I also have another Bible study you can go check out. And then finally, this is a reminder, if you want to learn how you can make a simple switch practically, shopping goods that are high quality, eco-friendly, non-toxic, and are non-woke, you can go to switchwithcap.com, schedule a free call with my team just to learn more, and they would also love to pray for you on that call too. God bless you guys. Subscribe for more. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Take care.
Welcome everyone to the Wake Up Call channel. There are certain events that I cover knowing that there's going to be satanic imagery or some type of agenda behind it. For example, the Super Bowl and the halftime show or the Grammy Awards, they're always filled with satanic symbols and messaging that I show everybody out there so they can see it in plain sight. And the Olympic opening ceremonies are one and the same. I always wait for it to occur, knowing that there's going to be something that I probably need to cover. And in 2024, the Summer Olympic opening ceremony didn't disappoint. It didn't disappoint in the sense of it was filled so much with satanic imagery that you will not believe. That trending worldwide on Twitter while this was going on were words like satanic, Satanism, Sodom, and Gomorrah. It is beyond my comprehension at this point, some of the stuff they're getting away with in plain sight. But this needs to be decoded, because there's some things that are very obvious, like you'll see in the clips I'm about to play for you, and then there's a lot of symbolism with what the globalists are trying to create around the world. Something kind of like a French Revolution in a sense, you know, the one that they're honoring here at the Olympics. I kid you not. So here's some clips that I took for you. Hopefully you have a barf bag nearby, because you may need to use it, where you can see what the Olympics have turned into. Are they gaslighting people with this, or are they serious? It is absolutely an abomination. But the signs and symbols are right in front of us, including things like the pale horse. Take a look. So that's a lot to uncover. There's the obvious stuff that you see, where you have bearded ladies walking the runway, which of course are really bearded men, but you're supposed to call them ladies in 2024 because we're in the upside down. But let's start with a few of these themes, because there's a lot of them to talk about. So make sure you watch this in full, because you're not going to want to miss any of it. The theme of the French Revolution, and a salute to Marie Antoinette, is so in front of your faces that it should blow your mind. But most people don't even know what they're referencing. They're referencing the French Revolution that occurred in 1789. You saw some of the bloodshed on the screen. I'll get into Marie Antoinette. For those of you that don't know, let me give you a quick summary of the French Revolution. It occurred in the late 1700s, 1789 to be exact. During this period, this sounds very similar to the same thing they're staging around the earth right now. French citizens radically altered their political landscape, uprooting centuries-old institutions. This is when we saw the rise of Napoleon, who staged a coup d'etat, abolishing the Directory and appointing himself France's first consul. Now, you might say, well, what does that have to do with anything going on in the world? Well, specifically in America, everybody's noticing this, right? Because they're trying to stage something very similar to the French Revolution here in America, but it's not just here in America. Because the same blueprint, which I've shown everybody who's followed my channel for years now, the same exact blueprint with the same exact characters are being played out around the earth right now. For example, in Argentina, Javier Milei, you know, the guy that's getting all this publicity in America, hanging out with Elon Musk, playing the same exact character as Donald Trump, right? And who do they constantly compare Donald Trump to, other than, of course, Hitler? They compare him to Napoleon, Trump and the Napoleonic rule of war. And Trump is just a staged character in everything you see going on right now. Just like all of these people in positions of power, like Javier, and like in other countries, we see these people put in positions of power who are causing chaos by design so that they can do what? They can bring in new order. They can destroy centuries-old institutions, which is what you're seeing. So it's so fitting that right now, while this occurs in Paris, they're paying homage to the French Revolution while they're really trying to cause that all around the earth by putting actors in place, running for political positions of power who aren't really running. They're put in these positions, and they're all staging, in a sense, a coup d'etat. But we'll see a bigger one coming with the fake election in November. And this was just setting the precedent for it. So as I continue on, because there's a lot to uncover, the theme of off with their head, I have to cover the off with their head. Because the fact that they're paying homage at the Olympics to Marie Antoinette is fitting. It's fitting because if you don't know the history of Marie Antoinette, guilty of 3 charges: conspiring with foreign powers, the depletion of the state treasury, and of committing high acting against the security of the French state. And of course, what happened to Marie was off with their head. And that's where that whole expression, off with their heads, comes from. It comes from Marie Antoinette. I'm sure you've heard it in Alice in Wonderland or in other MK Ultra programming. But it's very fitting because right now, what you're seeing from the Republicans and the Democrats around the earth is staged sabotage. And they're all guilty of treason. The Republicans and the Democrats, who are working together to do what? Pull the ultimate coup d'etat. And that's what they're doing. So let's move forward past the revolution. And of course, Marie Antoinette has her hands rooted in Freemasonry. Of course, her father, the Emperor Francis I, was a Freemason, and people close to Marie were affiliated with Freemasonry and lodges specifically that she was favorable to. So you see the bloodshed. They even show you not just the decapitation and the talking head, which for some people was satanic enough. They show bloodshed all over the screen. So then we get to the real obvious stuff here, right? The mockery that they continue to do. This is why Sodom and Gomorrah was trending. You see them mocking what? The Last Supper, the depiction of the Last Supper, right? You can see that every single person in this Last Supper, for the most part, identifies as the opposite gender. And what is the person at the center who has the crown on its head, referencing Apollo, which again ties in with that orange band? That really is what this theme is about in the long run, at least for us here in America. But you have the sun god worship, the Apollo worship with the crown. And then if you actually look closely, this is really important for people to grasp because I've exposed this symbol. And you never hear anybody talk about this symbol. And it's very important now because this symbol is one of the most prominent symbols. And I believe this symbol is going to be used for the Antichrist. This heart symbol that we see celebrities hold up time and time again. Now, I've exposed this symbol before, but I'll recap it for anybody out there that's new. The heart is a symbol associated with Nimrod among the ancient Babylonians. The word for heart in the Babylonian language was Baal. The heart symbol that you see all of these celebrities holding up is a symbol for Baal, Lord of the Babylonians. That's what it means. That's why Beyonce, Taylor Swift, Katy Perry, every single celebrity holds this up. And that's why the trans movement holds it up. They want you to think that this has something to do with accepting us. We love you, love everyone, tolerate everyone. It's deception. Everybody knows that the heart inside your body looks nothing like that symbol. But does anybody ever ask why that symbol is associated with the organ inside of our bodies? No, they don't. Because they don't want you to know why they've normalized these signs and symbols. And Baal worship, Antichrist worship, these are things that are getting normalized in front of us, like the all-seeing eye symbol that we see every single celebrity do every single time they're photographed on a magazine cover. There's a picture of every celebrity holding one hand up over their eye, and there's an eye on the back of your dollar bill, but nobody connects the dots about these secret societies who run and control everything. Signs and symbols rule the world. The heart symbol is in reference to Baal. That's why the LGBT have adopted that symbol, and all these celebrities push it on you, and now you see all of these. I've seen pictures of kids taking their college yearbook photos or their graduation photos, putting it up outside their home. This is a new thing that people do apparently, and the kids are holding up the heart symbol. They don't have the slightest clue what it means. They think it just means love and happiness. Well, guess what? The Antichrist is going to come in the name of love. It is the symbol of Baal. Speaking of Baal, he had to make an appearance, didn't he? Of course, there's a giant golden statue of Baal right on the stage, prominently placed. Because again, the Olympics themselves, the Olympic Games, are paying homage to the God of this world. In 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 4, in whom the God of this world hath blinded the minds of them which believe not, lest the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, who is the image of God, should shine unto them. The God of this world is Lucifer, and that is what this entire charade of the Olympic ceremony, which is Apollo worship, is really about. As we continue on from the Baal worship, we see a reference to a pale horse. I don't think they're paying homage to Bill Cooper's book, Behold the Pale Horse. What we're obviously seeing is, once again, them referencing the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. This is a common theme that they're doing right now, right in front of us, all the time. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat upon him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the 4th part of the earth to kill with the sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. Revelation chapter 6, verse 8. And this is a common theme that we're seeing, the pale horse. Now, I've covered Beyonce, who they are rolling out time and time again with these biblical references to the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The pale horse, the black horse, the red horse, the white horse. You can see pictures of Beyonce prominently doing this. But the audience out there watching is too dumbed down to even realize what they're seeing. This is biblical. This has to do with the stuff that you see going on around the earth right now. Prophecy is playing out. And again, as we move forward in this event, of course, everybody knows of the lighting of the torch, but they never think anything of it, of what the lighting of the torch is. And I've covered the eternal flame and its roots, why John F. Kennedy has the eternal flame on his grave. And it means the obvious, infinite, which is a theme of the New World Order. Infinite. Recreation, never leaving, that they're infinite. And that's what the eternal flame stands for, but it's also the eternal flame of Lucifer. And of course, why wouldn't they roll out a Luciferian? That makes no sense whatsoever to have any affiliation with the Olympics. They rolled out Snoop Dogg. Now, nobody knows. You'd be very hard-pressed to find anybody that knows why Snoop Dogg is as famous as he is. Most people couldn't even name 2 Snoop Dogg songs, let alone 1 Snoop Dogg song. But Snoop Dogg, of course, is playing his role in the New World Order. Nobody questions what he's famous for. They just roll him out day in and day out. You might remember, of course, that he was buddy-buddy with Donald Trump, and then conveniently showed himself assassinating Donald Trump in one of his music videos for a song that nobody knows, because again, nobody knows any Snoop Dogg songs for the most part, right? And again, I showed you this predictive programming with the Trump assassination in the compilation of clips that have seed planted in people's minds without them even realizing we've been getting shown the assassination attempt of Donald Trump for years and years and years, 8 years plus to be exact. So Snoop Dogg was friends with him until, of course, he became president. Then he decided to put in predictive programming in his music video of him shooting the president, but of course he wasn't arrested for any type of threat towards the sitting president, right? And of course, what else do we see with Snoop Dogg? Well, he's decided that he wants to wear a little necklace in his photos So every celebrity can now get away with having a shirt tattooed on their neck, wherever. They just say that, well, he's the greatest of all time. They don't ask themselves for 5 seconds if Snoop Dogg is the greatest of all time, if anybody ever has said that Snoop Dogg is the greatest rapper of all time, because nobody's ever said that. And that's why every rinky-dink celebrity can get away with calling themselves the GOAT and wearing all this GOAT jewelry. This is satanic worship. That is the Baphomet right on his neck. And that's why they've normalized things like GOAT yoga right in front of your faces, and nobody's paid attention to it. That's why they can take acronyms and they can take all these things affiliated with Baphomet and normalize it and get away with it, because they know that society is too dumb to figure out what's going on, and they've been trained when they hear someone like me explain it to them to dismiss it and not accept it. So going along with the theme of Baphomet, again, they also had the theme tied in of Assassin's Creed. Now, the villains in Assassin's Creed, but again, are they really villains? They're pretty much keeping their name in the spotlight by being associated with a popular game like Assassin's Creed, are the Knights Templar. For people out there that don't know the theme of Friday the 13th and what it comes from the execution of the Knights Templar, who were executed because of their Baphomet worship and the depravity that they were involved in, and the scheming and other things. Kind of like the stuff you see going on in today's world out in the open. And people took care of the Knights Templar for their worship of the Baphomet. That's why they tell you that Friday the 13th is a day you should be afraid of, because you shouldn't actually be afraid of it. Everything's inverted. It's a day that the elites hate, that the wicked hate, because it's a day that people stood up against satanic worship. So they did a little homage to Assassin's Creed as well. But let's recap all the depravity that we saw, right? We see them constantly doing this. They're doing this not just to gaslight us. They're doing this because, again, the repetition. The more they show us men dressed as women, bearded men, bearded ladies, whatever you want to call it. You know, whatever. I don't really know what to call it other than nauseating at this point. But they're doing it and they're gaslighting people with it. And then, of course, they're allowed to make blasphemy of the Last Supper by doing a Last Supper for trans, which is a common theme. I've covered in a lot of music videos over the years. Even Madonna had a photo shoot. There's nothing artistic about it. They're allowed to mock you for your beliefs if you're a Christian, but you're not allowed to say boo about a man wearing a dress. So there's two sides to this thing, because they want you to think the knight in shining armor to save everybody from the madness is Donald Trump, but he's also tied into the theme of this entire Olympic opening ceremony, because we have our fake elections coming up. We have what we just saw go down in France. We're literally seeing a staged coup d'etat. That's what we're literally seeing. These people stage around us. They're sabotaging our government structure. They're sabotaging our centuries-old institutions, and they're making you think that you're doing it. They're making Republicans think that Democrats are doing it, and Democrats are thinking that Republicans are doing it. But it's really just a group of these Napoleons like Trump who are actually doing it on purpose. And then, of course, blaming the other political party when the people in power are actually all working together. So you saw the heart symbol as well, which I talked about, which is the symbol of Baal. You saw the Baal statue. These are all deceptions that they want people to fall into. And behold, a pale horse. What a surprise. Again, they're using these themes from Revelation, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. It's a very common thing that they're doing over and over and over again. So the Olympic ceremonies didn't disappoint if you were somebody who wanted to get angry and see the Satanism in this world. But of course, this stuff is getting flashed in front of us day in and day out. And the way you respond to things like this, at least the way that I do, is pointing out what they're saying and what they're showing. It's very easy to get angry when we see all this satanic filth around us. But don't forget that the messaging to all this stuff goes deeper. Because it's not just, oh, there's drag queens, everybody should be mad about it. How about the heart symbol? How about these things that they tell us mean one thing but don't? They want you to, without you even realizing it, hold up these signs and symbols without realizing you're paying homage to their god, Lucifer. So don't do it, and be aware of what's going on. You even have the statue of Baal on stage at the Olympics, and they won't come out and tell you it's Baal. They'll be like, it's a bull. We like the rodeo. We're from Texas. What? Huh? Because that's all that they have to say. And people just go, oh yeah, they're overreacting, thinking it's satanic, thinking it's this. Oh yeah? How about connecting the dots with the French Revolution, everything going on in the world? Very easy to see what's going on. I thank everybody for being here. Share this video with others. Get the word out. I thank you guys again. God bless all of you and your families, as always.
Well, it's just unbelievable. As I'm sure you've seen tonight, the Olympics that took place in Paris, France. The opening ceremony has finished, and as predicted, it's just absolutely full chock-a-block with the various agendas of the New World Order and the Luciferian religion and all of the propaganda that they're pushing. And in this video, I'm going to quickly show you some of the main themes that you may have missed tonight in this ritual, which is essentially what it was. It was a Luciferian ritual. So yeah, this is weird. It's this metallic, transhuman looking horse, this pale horse is coming down on the river here down through Paris. It's like the horse of the apocalypse almost, or something, you know, going through, down through. Very strange indeed, very strange. Kind of ghostly actually, like I mean, there's a lot of light bearer themes, obviously carrying the flame, the torch of the Olympics, but very strange, dark, spiritually dark, as I'm sure you'd agree, spiritually darkly, it's dark charged stuff in this ceremony. You just see the costumes that are used and the way that people are dressed, and some of it is just quite frankly shocking. But yeah, how weird is this? And they say this is a goddess figure going down through France. It's very strange. We had a lot of bending and cross-dressing and different things like that. We had the lady here with the beard. I'm not sure if this is Lady Gaga dressed up, but it certainly looks like her. And this scene was just blasphemous, absolutely blasphemous. And I'll show you why this scene was so blasphemous. I don't know if you've seen clips of it. This is going viral online, and I've got some additional insights to show you about what is happening in this dance scene at the Olympics. As you see, it's showing drag queen. This scene took place on a boat in the Olympics going down the river in Paris. But you'll see that there was a particularly blasphemous reference to do with Jesus Christ, which they inverted in this scene. Take a look at this. And yeah, that is disgusting. This is the Last Supper. She's doing the heart there. Look, I wondered why she was dressed like that with a halo over her head. It's supposed to represent the blasphemy of the Last Supper. See, they always mock Jesus, you know, it's that, always mock Jesus. Why do they mock Jesus if Jesus is not the truth? Why do they tell you not to read the Bible when they constantly reference it and invert it? Why do they do that? And then this whole thing, you get all these people dancing down this table, and this table represents the Last Supper. I think that's Lady Gaga with a beard, I think. So it's a lot of bending and political motifs. All of these drag queens and that they're coming down the table of the Last Supper. That's what's going on here. I haven't seen anyone said that yet, but that is what's going on here. It's a complete blasphemy, an inversion of the Last Supper of Jesus Christ, and yeah, really, really blasphemous and sick. Nothing against other religions in here, just Jesus Christ, as per usual. Yeah, so it goes a little bit deeper than people have seen so far. You know, I think this is Lady Gaga dressed as, with a beard. I think, I'm not sure, but either way, you know, you got the bending thing. But this is the table of the Last Supper, where they've just had the Last Supper blasphemy, and so they're doing all of the changing of God's creation, the free partying, all over the top crazy stuff on the table of the Last Supper, just after they've done that mockery of it, and so they have this whole Babylonian twisting of it to directly invert Jesus Christ. Now, why would they invert Jesus Christ like this if he was irrelevant? Yeah, they talk a lot about what's relevant. Well, it seems that Jesus Christ is the one that's relevant because they are constantly referring to him and inverting the Bible and creation. So that's what's going on here. And so you see here the wings in the background. This is like the tower, but I mean that's supposed to represent all the nations of the world coming together, all the flags coming together, and then you have you have the Luciferian wings. This goddess coming on the waters here. Look, she comes through the Luciferian wings, the dove wings, apparently, and it's very Pegasus, like a Pegasus, Greek god Pegasus reference. And she comes down on this pale horse, like in the book of Revelation. Just look up what the pale horse is. Death and hell follows it. Yeah, so very transhuman looking. And she comes together with all the people, the flags of the different nations of the world. One world coming together as one. And you see all of the flags coming together, the nations of the world, with her leading it on the pale horse, and the Luciferian type wings at the top, lit up now, the wings being lit up, and yeah, so it's all the nations coming together to be as one in a false peace. And of course you can't have a satanic ritual without a call for world unity in the false peace, in the false peace of Babylon. And this is what this is showing, you see. The false peace, the world coming together as one. And they use the John Lennon song Imagine after they show all of this new Babylon stuff, the bending and the warping of society, the warping of creation, and then they show the John Lennon song being sung on the river. We stand and call for peace, and it says, imagine if there was no heaven, no hell beneath us. Imagine if there was no heaven. God is dead, Nietzsche, all of that kind of stuff. So they're pushing against God and the Bible pretty clearly, blaspheming and mocking Jesus Christ, and then calling for this new change in creation and in society, and calling for this false peace, which of course the Bible says that there will be a false peace under the Antichrist, under this Babylon system that is rising up, this new world, this new age. All the nations of the world coming together, being led by her. This horse reference that's come down over the waters like a ghoul, a very spiritual horse reference, and just very strange costumes on here, And what pagan satanic ritual wouldn't be complete without Baal or a golden bull sitting there? For some reason, no actual reference. This is behind the choir, and you see the Olympic circles in the background, which represents the continents of the world coming together as one. And you've got the what looks like a golden bull, like Baal or a Babylonian god, false god. It's like the Israelites worship the golden calf in the wilderness, this false god in the book of Exodus, and just there's no references to why it's there. No one points that out to me, but yeah, it's just this big effigy there of the massive bull head in the background behind the orchestra and behind the choir. So yeah, really weird stuff, really weird pagan stuff as per usual. And then we see this guy coming to light the light bringer, the carrying the fire, carrying the torch, and then out of the stage comes this light bearer who's got this very dark costume on, a covered face. Again, very strange, dark stuff, very weird stuff. Why does it have to be so dark and pagan and satanic? But you see him here. You see him with the torch, and he's going to give it to him. But yeah, as you can see, just a bad vibe. Just doesn't feel good, does it? The whole thing in Paris tonight, and then this big light show which takes place on the Eiffel Tower, which of course is the big monument in France, in Paris, and they had this big spectacular light show. And really, this, to me, it just seems like they're representing the Tower of Babel, or using this as a representation of the Tower of Babel at the centre of this whole show. So I just think they're symbolising the Tower of Babel with this, the world coming together as one. And yeah, it's just so many different agendas taking place, and I just can't believe that they had this blasphemy of the Last Supper. How blatantly obvious they make it, that they show that they are blaspheming Jesus Christ directly and the Bible, just with this blasphemy of the Last Supper and the twisting of society and of creation as part of this rise of this new world, new age, new world order. So the Great Reset, folks, it's coming, what they're showing here, and just be vigilant. I hope this video shows you who and what the truth is by what they invert. Please stay vigilant and see the world around you and what is going on. Let's keep our eyes open. Check out our new Rise store. There is a link in the description below where we sell some new Rise, if you're interested, to be showing people the truth on the t-shirts. Take care, God bless, thank you.
I'm just looking at the Arby's and these restaurants and TikTok videos. And this stuff is satanic as all get out. Just watch this.
We stay dangerous. We stay our kids to make it home too. You feel me?
Yeah. How many times have you used that?
15, 20 times maybe.
Red Sea, man. See the riverside.
The Cedar Riverside community is remembering a store clerk shot to death during a possible robbery attempt.
What the hell is that? Close it, man.
Today we head to Minneapolis, and we find ourselves in the middle of a Somali gang war. This is one of the first places we've covered that the guys that invited us thought it necessary to provide us with security. Minneapolis is world-renowned for its strong pocket of Somali culture, and here you'll find the gamut of Somalis, from honorable clergymen to fraudsters, from U.S. senators to dudes catching bodies in the street. And for some people, their only reference to Somali culture might be in the Tom Hanks movie Captain Phillip. Well, there's more to know. Like many recent immigrants, Somalis have a reputation for being quite entrepreneurial. They are also known for being family-oriented, and as a community, they are dedicated to their faith. This defines a large portion of Minneapolis Somalis. But for the Somalis running the street, they have cultivated an entirely different reputation. These are guys that have proven that they are willing to be extremely dangerous. We are going to take you to the belly of the beast where an active turf war is going on. We're going to talk to both sides of the equation, and we're also going to talk to elders to see if they can lend clarity and peace to the future of the situation. Folks, it's time to get boots on the ground. But first, a quick announcement.
People have been requesting for us to go check out the Somalis in Minneapolis. Anytime you look these guys up, there's these gigantic gang wars and beefs and the highs and the lows and this guy versus that guy. To be honest, I don't know much about the Somali culture other than that there's been some real internal conflict and civil war within the country where it's just not safe, not many economic opportunities, as well as the Tom Hanks movie, I'm the Captain Now.
Look at me, sure. I'm the captain now.
We're meeting a bounty hunter / security guard. You guys know we don't go anywhere with security. We don't have an aggressive approach. I just don't feel the need for having security. But they thought it was necessary. What's your name? Token?
Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you, man.
What's it like to be a bounty hunter in Minnesota?
It can get wild, man. A lot of people tend to want to miss court on us, and if you miss court, it's a big bag we're about to lose. So we got to get on that ass. I don't like putting people in jail. I can get a bondsman to get my homies out of the jam. You feel me? Yeah. A lot of times I gotta write bonds for people I don't know, and those guys don't go to court, and that's when I gotta become the bounty hunter. Gotta vest up, go kick some doors in.
This is the first time we've actually gone anywhere with security.
Oh, okay.
Is it that necessary around here?
For G-Money, yeah.
G-Money is a controversial Minneapolis drill rapper that sounds like this. And while many in the city rock with him, the word around town is he has a lot of enemies, which makes him a dangerous man to be around, and hence the security.
What this summer looks like so far?
It's been relatively quiet compared to the last couple of summers, because when George Floyd happened, shit flared up like a motherfucker. If I was to compare it for the last couple of years, it's been relatively quiet, but it's still active as hell. Small games are taking over, they're coming deep, and there's a lot of rivalries. North Minneapolis has a big rivalry with the highs and the lows, and there's a street that literally divides the highs and lows. It's called Broadway. So on Broadway, you want to tread lightly because that's where the ops be at.
I gotta say, what up, Minneapolis? Minneapolis. Why do you call it Murderopolis? It looks friendly around here. It's friendly for some people, and it gets dirty for some people. There's sides, you know what I mean? You might see shit popping out, you might not see shit popping out. I ain't gonna lie. How have things been lately? Ever since this year started, other than the cops getting killed and all that shit, fuck that. Yeah, it's been good. Was it a Somali cop? No, it was a black cop.
Muchacha, are there victims inside?
When Officer Jamal Mitchell rolled up to the scene of Blaisdell Avenue and found 2 people injured in the street, when Officer Jamal Mitchell asked Muhammad whether or not he was okay, that is when Muhammad pulled out a handgun and started shooting at Officer Mitchell.
I had a warrant on that dude. And shot the black cop. I was actively looking for the guy, Mustafa Muhammad.
What was the community's reaction to the cop guy?
Oh, crazy. That's been the 3rd cop shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota area in like the last 3 months.
Because George Floyd happened here, is it hard to support police? Like, are people scared to be vocal on supporters? 100%. Even when the cop is in the road. 100%. Do you feel like the pendulum needs to swing back a little bit?
Well,
you know what I mean? Before George Floyd, you know what I mean? And after George Floyd, it just made it worse for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They need to turn this into a danger ground state. Moms getting carjacked. Carjackings are up through the roof right now.
Congresswoman got jacked in her own driveway. Yeah. She was a defunded police person, right?
She was.
Let's roll the tape on what happened in this way.
Perhaps no story encapsulates the chaos Minneapolis is experiencing than the story of Shivanti Shanana, a local Democratic Party leader. She was with her kids when a group of teens attacked her in her own driveway and threatened her with guns. She took to social media after to express her outrage and said the following: "We need to get illegal guns off our streets and catch these young people who are running wild, creating chaos across our city."
Public service announcement. If you think it's gangsta beating up a woman in front of her own children, you are an absolute bitch and nobody respects you.
The twist to this story is this same lady, Shivanti, was earlier calling for the Minneapolis police to be abolished. I wonder if her views have changed since this attack.
Imagine she had a gun on her. She would have went to jail too. Am I allowed to ask what that is? Oh, just a taser. X26, right? Edition. Yep. So, what's the legality on that? Perfectly legal. Yeah? Yeah. You gotta pop that top off. If someone's resisting, you drive them. Yeah. How many times did you use that? Yeah. Off the record, allegedly. 15, 20 times. Well, it sounds like we're protected. On that note, let's go to the next spot. I feel like a goddamn Somalian president right now. We're rolling in a nice convoy. We got a car up front, car in back with protection. Gotta stay safe, man. That's when you go to Minneapolis. Oh, when you got your permit to carry. Yeah, by golly. We ain't playing around. We stay dangerous. We stay safe. I got kids to make it home too. You feel me?
Outside, it was raining cats and dogs, so we decided it'd be a good idea to head up to the studio and meet with the crew as the G-Money entourage was assembling.
The guy that we're supposed to meet, one of them is a guy named G-Money, right? Has he ever been on time to anything that you've done with him?
I can't say.
I can tell you, bro.
Yeah.
No, like it's never on time.
Does that irritate you?
I mean, shit, yeah, but he'd be paying for it, so.
Is Somali time known for being really late?
Honestly, not.